It is now 5 o'clock. I will call the meeting of the Waxahachie Independent School District Board of Trustees to order. Please let the record show that all 7 trustees are in attendance. And this meeting has been duly called, and the notice of the meeting has been duly posted for time and manner required by law. Our first item will be our oath of office, which will be the oath of office for the board members elected at the May 4, 2024 election. But before we do that, we're going to allow Mrs. Stonetti and Mr. Rogers to read a few words before they depart us this evening.
Ladies first.
Hey, hello everyone. Good afternoon. Oh man, this is going to be tough.
Sad.
Yes,
Sad.
definitely. It's been a joy to serve on the school board for Waxahachie ISD. Can you hear me okay? I was going to say. You cannot hear. Hello, testing.
Stephen, can you get us a little more volume in the back, please, sir?
Does that work now? Is it better? Better? I need to be right next to it. Okay.
There you go.
Okay. Okay. Dear Waxahachie ISD friends, there is no better volunteer effort than serving to help the success of our community's youth. Our future literally depends on it. How blessed and privileged I have been to serve in a role that has an impact on our amazing kids in this school district. Thank you, WISD staff, for your tireless dedication, friendships too numerous to count, and for your trust in me as a trustee. Thank you to my friends and community for always standing by me and sometimes listening to my boring conversations about state politics. And of course, thank you to our kids for inspiring me every day. It's always so cool to see the amazing things that are going on at our campuses. I've been fortunate enough to serve on the board for 6 years, and I've had an interesting run in public ed. It seems appropriate that this would be time for me to kind of hang it up, because I actually started as an employee at the Region 6 Education Service Center in Huntsville, Texas back in 1993. So it's been 31 years now that I've been involved in public ed, either working or volunteering. And so it's just been interesting to see the changes over the years. And one thing I do know is that Texas public education really needs us right now. I can say that in that 31 years, I've never seen it be under fire as much as it is right now. So I'd like to challenge all of us to continue to be vocal for local control and for a system that is paramount to our Texas heritage and that is for all kids. That's the challenge I'd like to issue, and I know I'll plan to continue to be vocal, and hopefully I can find some ways to still be involved. I'm happy to get to spend some more time at the office and with my family and with other activities. I think I'd like to recognize my family that's here. I've got my husband somewhere back there. He's hiding in the back, Eric. He listens to a lot of my boring political conversations. And then I've got my daughter, Mandy. She's a sophomore at Waxahachie High School, and so she's got 2 more years, and she loves Waxahachie High and the theater program. And then my mother, my mom, Laverne, she's been by my side throughout everything. And my dad, Roger Duncan, he's actually the one that kind of got me involved in running for office. He's a pro at it, so thank you for all your love and support. I love y'all. To our trustees, to my fellow trustees, Clay, Kim, Judd, Dusty, John, Kim. We have, did I miss somebody else? Me. Debbie, oh my gosh.
That's okay.
She'll never let me live that one down. To all of you, we've certainly all had our own opinions about certain issues, but I want to tell you what I'm most proud of. As a team, we have always been together on upholding the Christian values of our community, and I'm super proud of that. There's probably a lot more I could say, but I do want to. I'll just end on this. I think this is funny. Like, I know a lot of people in the community say, "Oh gosh, you know, it's hard to work with." I mean, well, Jerry can attest to this. Oh, thank you, Jerry, for you have 7 bosses, and I don't know how any superintendent does that. Thank you very much for all you do and for continuing to strive and work hard for this district. I'm super proud. I've said it before, but I'm super proud of you not giving up on implementing an ROTC program in our school district. I'm so thankful that we got that going. And I mean, there's a million other wonderful things that our school district is doing. I don't know. This thought just came in my head earlier this afternoon, and you might think that being on the school board is boring. I remember my kids used to say, "Oh, it's a board meeting. Why do you want to go to a board meeting?" And they meant B-O-R-E-D. But I think it was either 2018 or 2019. Just try to picture this. We were at a school board conference in San Antonio, and do y'all remember this? We literally all rented those scooters. And we all rode scooters to our dinner. So just picture this group of 7 of us. Sorry, Jerry, you weren't here yet. But just picture this group of all 7 of us riding scooters to dinner, and that was, so I'll leave you with that. Anyway, thank y'all very much.
Well, the only way I'm going to get through this is if I read a statement. I usually don't like to read off of paper. It usually comes, naturally, but I'm a crier, so I'll read it and hopefully get through it. And I'll bookend my talk by saying, trustees, I love each and every one of you. We're not always on each other's Christmas card list, but you all bring something very unique to the table, and I acknowledge and respect you for that and consider you all friends. And this speech is not about what I or we did while I was in office. We all know there were successes in the last 6 years, but we also know there were shortcomings as well. However, like the old saying, you want to leave things better than the way you found them. And I truly believe we have done that for our kids, especially in the area of safety and security. To Dr. Hollingsworth, thank you for the relationship we had the last 3 years. I know I've absolutely frustrated you at times, but ask my wife, I'm not an easy person to deal with. But you and your staff, of course, went out and sold a massive and much-needed bond for the school district. Over 70 or so presentations to various groups and organizations. I'm not sure there's anyone else on the planet that could have done that. So thank you for what you're doing and continue to do for WISD. So to the staff, y'all are the ones that really run things around here. I appreciate all the relationships that have been formed. We have been through a lot together, and I consider you all friends. To Ryan and Adrian out there in the audience, you've earned the right to be here. I know you will both do well, and I thank you for stepping up and serving in this role. To my family, we had no idea what we were getting into 6+ years ago with the campaign. All I know is between my treasurer, Missy Phillips, wave, Missy, and my sister, Christy, wave, wife, Laurie, daughter, Anna, daughter, Abby, and you know everybody's got a cousin, Larry. He couldn't make it tonight. But we had no idea. Nobody in my family ever ran for office. We had no idea what we were getting into. But I told them, I was like, we're in it to win it. Losing is not an option. And we went out and made it happen. Thank you to all of you for your love and endless support. And speaking of my campaign, thank you to those that recruited me to run, the baseball mafia. You know who you are. And Coach Bill Midkiff's here. He led the charge. He said, there have been about 4 people in my life that I cared about what they thought of me, and 2 of them are dead. And Coach Midkiff is in that category. And when he came to me and he said, run, I'm just glad he wasn't talking about triangles in the outfield. Well, it hasn't always been easy, but I truly enjoyed every minute of it. Thank you for bringing me in. So wrapping it up to my fellow trustees, again, I love each and every one of you, but don't make me mad. There are 3 things that could bring me back to run against you, and I will not lose. That was a joke. So don't ever do anything to compromise the safety of our students or staff. We've come too far in this area. Consider every day that nothing major happens a victory. Number 2, don't ever, ever, ever consider putting artificial turf at Richards Park. Me and Ty Cobb will come back to haunt you. And last, and certainly not least, don't ever, 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 ever think about changing the Indian mascot. So we honor our Native American heritage, but we don't mock it. So I would be up here on the daily if that ever comes up. So all right, that's enough. Is Joe Daniel here? Is his crew? Is he crew here? So Joe had one job tonight, and he knows what it is. Joe's our IT guy. He is immediately supposed to cancel my school board ID or school board email. So I hope he's watching, and I hope his finger is on the trigger for that. So thank you to all of y'all. Appreciate it.
Okay, at this time, I'll ask Judge Todd Little to come up and to administer our oath of office to our new trustees. Okay, at this time, the board's going to convene in a closed session according to section 551.001 et sec of the Texas Government Code. It is now 5:18.
Okay,
Okay, it is now 7:05. The board will reconvene back into open session just in time for the train where nobody will be able to hear us. First item will be our invocation and our pledges of allegiance for the American and Texas flag.
You ready? I got.
Stephen, our clicker's not working here, brother.
Shall we pray? Father, thank you for the opportunity to live in a country where we can all gather here to support the children in our community. Regardless of our own personal feelings, we can come together and hopefully make this a better place to live. Thank you for our new trustees who volunteered to serve so selfishly, and also those two who have left us this year at the end of their term. And it's a lot of work, and we're grateful for the people you bless us with. Please help us to serve our children and our community. In your holy name we pray. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to the Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Our vision is to be a district where innovation thrives and growth is limitless.
We value choices because they make us unique and are critical to learning.
We value a collaborative culture that honors and supports all who positively impact the lives of our students.
We value an environment of belonging that respects individual differences and ensures equality for all.
We value relationships that broaden learning experiences and enrich our community.
Okay, next item on our agenda is our open forums where we hear from our community members, and we don't have anyone signed up to speak tonight. So we will move right into our next item of business, which is the organization of the Board of Trustees. At this time, we were going to elect a board president, vice president, and secretary as required by WISD Board Policy, BDA, local, and legal. At this time, I will entertain a nominations for board president, vice president, and secretary.
Mr. President, I would like to nominate you, Dusty Autry, as our continuing president.
And Mr. President, I would like to nominate Kim Kriegel, the vice president.
Any other nominations for president or vice president? About secretary.
This time I'd like to nominate Debbie Timmerman for secretary.
Any other nominations for secretary? Seeing none of the positions are contested, I'll entertain a motion to approve Dusty Autry as president, Kim Kriegel as vice president, and Debbie Timmerman as secretary.
So moved.
Motion by Mr. McCutcheon,
Second.
second by Mr. Pitts. Any other discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say nay. Motion carries 7-0. Thank you very much. Give us 1 second while we reorganize here real quick.
Switch. Thank you, Judy.
All right, next item on our agenda, we've got our recognitions. Ms. Bridges, I know we have several, and my apologies for keeping everyone waiting. We just had some important business we had to attend to tonight.
No worries, they are ready to go. So first this evening, I'd like to invite Sabrina Ballard to come and talk about our Destination Imagination State competitors.
Good evening. I'm Sabrina Ballard. I'm our district Destination Imagination Coordinator. Destination, also known as DI, is an international program that allows young people of all ages, kindergarten through university level, to be involved in creative problem solving in the STEAM fields, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, fine arts, and service learning. Also gives these teams the opportunity to learn how to work collaboratively with groups, to problem solve and to use their creativity. This year, Waxahachie had 15 teams that competed at the Greater Fort Worth Tournament in February. And tonight, I'm here to recognize 2 of our teams who performed exceptionally well. So our first team is from Simpson Elementary. They are the Believer Beavers. This team competed in the improv challenge to where they created a skit, and then the day of the competition they were given some elements that they had to incorporate on the spot. They placed first at regionals, first place at the state tournament, and they are going on to the global competition at the end of the month in Kansas City, Missouri. So we're very proud of them. Thank you. Their team managers are Ashley Sierra and Jacqueline Richards, and then we have Rachel Eichert, Rose Lantrip, Lucas Brooks, and Camden Sierra on their team. Okay, our second team is from Wildman STEAM Academy. They are the Exploding Stars. This team participated in the technical challenge, which had them creating a pinball machine, and their pinball was a size 3 soccer ball. So when they had to create a story about a hero going on an adventure, we're very proud of them. They also placed first place at regionals and had the highest instant challenge score in their division. They placed 5th at state, and they are also going to the global competition in Kansas City at the end of the month. So our team managers are Haley Osborne and Tiffany Rodriguez. All right, so we have Samuel Osborne here tonight, Emma Hargrove, no, Emma's not here, sorry, Capri Robinson, Avery Mendoza, and who else is it? Anderson Offier. All right, we would also like to recognize tonight the Josh Atkinson family, who has sponsored these teams to help them go to Kansas City, Missouri. So Josh, if you and your family will come up, our teams have a little thank you gift for you. Thank you.
And if you are with a DI team, you are welcome to stay, but you will not hurt our feelings if you get up and go. Next, I'd like to ask Sean Cagle to come up.
Good evening, Board. Dr. Hollingsworth. Thank you all so much for the opportunity to recognize some of our very talented visual arts students from Waxahachie High School. Tonight we've got Ms. German, one of the teachers of the students. Ms. Blankenbeckler couldn't be with us. She's at the band concert, so I'll be seeing her shortly. But we have 3 of the students that were chosen to go to the state competition for the VASE competition in visual arts. As you can see, there's regional levels and then there's state levels, but there were over 33,000 pieces of artwork this year, and just over 2,300 were chosen for state. And these students' pieces were shown. As you can see, very, very impressive work. So tonight we have Mary German, and we have Bailey Brewster, Madison Sharon, and Andrea Rojas here with us. If y'all could join me in recognizing their success. And as an added note, this is Ms. German's 5th year in a row to have students go to state.
All right, board, finally this evening, I'd like to invite Ashley Binnicker to come up.
Hi, good evening, board. Dr. Hollingsworth. It is my honor and my privilege to recognize our CTSO students today. So each of our CTE program areas is represented by a career and technical student organization. Waxahachie ISD has over 17 chapters of CTSOs, 1,200 students affiliated in those CTSOs, and we will continue to compete through the summer months as long as our nationals kids are going, so they compete in June. I've asked a teacher leader that represents each CTSO to come speak with you tonight so that you don't have to hear me go through all of these slides, but instead our teachers will represent our students. Our first teacher is Ms. Holly Sovereign with Culinary Arts.
Hi, good evening, board members and Dr. Hollingsworth. I'm Holly Sovereign, a culinary arts teacher at Waxahachie High School, and it's my honor to represent our culinary department along with Ms. Keishelle Burnett and Ms. Amanda Frere in the recognition of Ms. Vivian Killian for her outstanding work in Culinary Arts and Skills USA. This year, Vivian returned to the State Skills USA competition in commercial baking. After receiving first in district, Vivian placed for third at the state competition. Congratulations, Vivian.
Good evening, board members and Dr. Hollingsworth. I am Kristen Grace. I am a forensic science and law and public service teacher at Waxahachie High School. Tonight, it is my honor to represent Waxahachie High School CTE, Mr. Joe Herrera and Mr. Darren Ray in the recognition of our Texas Public Safety Association students for their accomplishments this year. Ella Crow placed second at TPSA state competition in forensic anthropology. Isaiah Brooks, Jacqueline Rees, Grayson Higgs, and Shiler Shireman advanced from regionals and competed at state TPSA in building search. Jordan Lister competed in closing statements, and Saida Calzada was our student liaison volunteer.
Good evening, board members and Dr. Hollingsworth. I am Cynthia Foreman.
And I'm Amber Huckabee, and we have a great privilege of teaching education and training at Waxahachie High School. Tonight it's our honor in order to introduce our TAFE members and recognize them for the accomplishments that they had this year.
The following students for Texas Association of Future Educators participated in the state competition this year. Kylie Adams, Abby Artle, Rosalind Camacho, Juliana Caraballo, Lizeth Fuentes, DJ Jones, Michaela Mills, Cassie O'Daniel, Delia Olivo, Cutter Patton, Jillian Petty, Alexis Piper, Brian Rea, Pedro Rodriguez, and Emily Vargas.
At the state TAFE competition, Liz Fuentes and Emily Vargas won gold awards in Project Visualize in 2 different categories, fundraising and appreciation.
Juliana Caraballo and Michaela Mills won a gold award in Interactive Bulletin Board Elementary. Brian Rea and Jillian Petty won a bronze award for the Educational Leadership Fundamentals Test.
Are you slapping? In late June, we have 6 students that are going to compete at the National Convention. Jillian Petty will compete in Teacher Creative Materials. Alexis Piper and Pedro Rodriguez will compete in Interactive Bulletin Board.
And Rosalind Camacho and Cutter Patton will compete in Interactive Bulletin Board Elementary, and Kylie Adams will also compete in Interactive Bulletin Board Elementary.
Just a reminder, especially for our new board members, those are our students who are striving to be teachers in the future, so we really appreciate all the work that they do. All right, next we have, oh, I feel like I messed up. Technology Student Association for Waxahachie Global High School.
Good evening, board members and Dr. Hollingsworth. I am Michael Warren, an engineering and information technology teacher at Global High School. Tonight it is my privilege to represent Global High School and Mr. David Matheson in the recognition of Technology Student Association students for their accomplishments. This year, the following students advanced to and competed at the TSA state competition in Fort Worth. Nimrat Kaur and Shabreen Dillon competed in biotechnology design. Jasmine Perez competed in data science and analytics. Ashla Mayer competed in flight endurance. Maya Gus and Jocelyn Lerma competed in on-demand video, and Maya Gus competed in photographic technologies.
Good evening, board members and Dr. Hollingsworth. I'm Shyla Vire. I'm an engineering teacher at Waxahachie High School, and tonight it's my honor and privilege to introduce Mr. Jim Parker, Ms. Sabrina Sotelo, Mr. David Moore, in recognition of our fine Technology Student Association students and all of their accomplishments. Stella Stevenson won our very first Best in State and State Championship banner for Graphic Solutions. Kevin Cardenas and Jordan Rodriguez won first place for Junior Solar Sprint, and they will be advancing to nationals. Jordan Rodriguez won first place for their welding project. Philosophy Smith won first place for a wooden laser puzzle. Joaquin Guerrera won second place for his welding project. We also have a sixth place for board game design, which was Philosophy Smith, Ashley Reyes. We also have our, animatronics team that is Stella Stevenson, Jazaria Duvall, and Chris LeBeau, and Brandon Davidson. Brianna Coley placed sixth place for a color portrait in photography. Brock Fritz placed seventh for his color animal life photography. Brock Fritz and Sarah Barker also did ninth in audio podcasting. Andrew Ardle placed 12th in black and white architecture photography. Ian Hathaway placed 12th in color landscape photography. And in addition to those works, we have 5 students that will be advancing for, wasn't done, on demand? Yes. So sorry, I didn't read that. So 5 students that competed in on demand for our TSA state contest. That's okay. The following students worked extremely hard this year to learn the ins and outs of chapter conducting. They were an all-new group other than one returning senior. They won 5th place at the state competition and will be advancing to nationals. That is Colton Christian, Yasmin Davis, Chris LeBeau, Caleb Linzenbart, Ashley Reyes, and Philosophy Smith. So, and that is all of them.
And just a reminder, you will not hurt our feelings at all if you want to slip out after your student is recognized.
All right, sir. There you go. If you want to do it, you just click right there.
Yes, ma'am. All right, good evening, board members and Dr. Hollingsworth. I'm Jared Crumpton, one of the welding instructors at Waxahachie High School. Tonight it is my privilege to represent Waxahachie High School CTE with Mr. Bonner and Mr. Wilson in the recognition of our 4-H students and their accomplishments in welding this year. This year we participated not only at the some local and major stock shows, but also more importantly at the Ellis County Livestock Show. Starting off with Joaquin Guerrero, everywhere he showed he had a blue ribbon. Also he won his division or reserved his division at Fort Worth, and then also was the overall champion at Ellis County. Next, we have Wyatt Cannon, Noah Edwards, and Aiden Johnson. They built a land plane. I'm sorry, Joaquin had a hydraulic log splitter that he built. Noah, Wyatt, and Aiden built a 6-foot land plane where they had a blue ribbon, and then they were also second place in the county show. Addison Crumpton, Hunter McKee, and Caitlin Olson also built that pink land plane, as you see, where they also received blue ribbons at all their shows that they went to, and then they were also third in their class at the Ellis County Livestock Show. Nathan Brown built a 16-foot gate, where at the Ellis County Livestock Show he was second in his class and received blue ribbons at every show he attended as well. Tyson Bayless and Landon Hampton built a man lift crate for OSHA standards, lifting people in the air, where they received blue ribbons and also was third in their class at the Ellis County Livestock Show. And then Nice Matter and Jordan Rodriguez built a bottle rack, where they received blue ribbons and also was first in their class at the Ellis County Livestock Show. And then rounding things out we had our build-off team consisting of Nathan Brown, Wyatt Cannon, Joaquin Guerrero, Nice Matter, and Jordan Rodriguez, where they placed third in the county show build-off this year at Ellis County Livestock Show. So, thank you.
And last but not least is Waxahachie FFA.
Good evening, board members and Dr. Hollingsworth. My name is Jeanette Middleton. I'm one of the ag science teachers at the high school, and tonight it is my honor and privilege to represent not just Waxahachie High School CTE, but also Mr. Jake Mulligan, Mr. Adam Robinson, Miss Callie Crane, in the recognition of our FFA students for all of their accomplishments throughout this year. Estella Vega was best overall Fancy Rabbit with her mini satin at our Ellis County Youth Expo. Jessie Middleton won Best of Breed in the commercial New Zealand at the Ellis County Livestock Show. And then Jaden Middleton won Best Opposite Gender in the commercial New Zealand at the Ellis County Livestock Show.
We're gonna do all of the animals at one time. I'm sorry. Oh, you just one.
Okay, Judson Mulligan received the overall grand champion in the market broilers at the Ellis County Livestock Show this year. And I'm sure his brother, Jace Mulligan, will tell you that he came in very close second by receiving the reserve overall grand champion in the market rabbits this year. All right, at the Ellis County Livestock Show, Kimber Robertson won breed champion with her fine wool lamb. Leah Lopez won breed champion for her Dorper lamb. And Audrey Sapp won champion in her junior sheep showmanship. I think we're right here. Yep. All right, also at the Ellis County Livestock Show, Kimber Robinson won overall grand champion doe and heavyweight grand champion. Leah Lopez won heavyweight reserve champion, and Audrey Sapp won middleweight reserve champion. All right, Sebastian Vega won overall grand champion with his goat, and Tiffany Bird won overall reserve grand champion with her market goat. Trying to make sure I don't miss anybody. All right, our cattle exhibitors earned the Fort Worth Livestock Show and Rodeo Herdsman Award for the second year in a row this year. This honor is awarded to the team who shows constant professionalism, extensive knowledge, and a clean and organized holding area. So congratulations to those guys. All right, also with our cattle exhibitors, Avril Bolton received 10th place with her steer at the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo this year, and Jessica Schoolfield received grand champion and reserve grand champion breed at the North Texas Fair and Rodeo. All right, I think we're gonna bring in our ag mechanics.
So, yeah, let's do all of the animal picture
Okay.
and then do it.
All right. Squish in. Jaden, hold out that banner. All right, this year at the Ellis County Livestock Show and Rodeo, Cutter Frisbee, Grant Owens, Ian Jones, Landon Shearman, and Tyler Owens received overall grand champions in the Ag Mech Build-Off competition. All right, Landon Shearman won overall grand champion in the individual showmanship and won Livestock Reserve Division champion with his cattle guard. Okay. Cutter Frisbee and Grant Owens received the division champion in the wildlife division, and Ian Jones and Tyler Owens received the overall grand champion in the ag marketplace this year. All right, last but not least on the ag mech side, Chance Perry and Ethan Murphy won Reserve Division Champion in Wildlife, and Hunter Milliken received Marketplace Reserve Division Champion. It's okay. Good. All right, these girls were not able to come tonight, but with our floral design program, Reagan Smith was named one of the top 5 designers in the state in the advanced division at numerous invitational floral design contests, and Jalen McKnight, Michaela Owens, Azucena Barrera, and Taylor Trull were also named the top 10 designers in their advanced divisions throughout the state. So. All right, so our ag leadership, we have some kiddos that are going to come on in here. So Addison Crumpton is our Area 8 champion senior prepared public speaker and has qualified for state contest in June in the natural resource division. So we're super proud of Addison. Addison Crumpton and Addie Gazaway were just recently elected vice presidents for the Blackland District in our Area 8 FFA organization, and they will be serving as our representatives from Waxahachie in that next year. Isaac Garling is our state rep that was going for state office for this year, and these are our up-and-coming officers right here. All right, and last but not least are our Lone Star degree recipients. These are candidates that have received the highest degree possible for a Texas FFA member to receive, and we have 8 of them. So we've got a couple with us tonight: Lainey Autry, Avril Bolton, Jasmine Flores, Eliza Hanna, Allie Jowers, Briley Meister, Hannah Peak, and Jessica Schofield. That's all of ours, right?
Thank you, Board and Dr. Hollingsworth.
All right, our next item will be our reports. Report be superintendent's report. Dr. No offense, Dr. Hollingsworth, I don't think anybody was here to hear.
Nobody's here. That's all right. What a great problem to have whenever we have this many young people to recognize. It's outstanding. Board and audience, today, as I do each week or each month, I bring you the monthly enrollment and ADA report. I'm really pleased to report that we were up from the end of March. From 94.92%, we went up to 95.31%. That's really unusual, and it is the work of our principals and teachers to really emphasize the importance of attendance. And I also want to give a special shout out to our Education Foundation. They set aside money, grant money to offer to our campuses, and there were several campuses that were in contention for that particular award, and 3 campuses were awarded a total of $10,000. And the number 1 campus was Felty Elementary, and that really contributed to us seeing an increase of several campuses over 96% as we rounded out April. So that's a really big deal. We're very proud of that. And then I wanted to just show you 2 really interesting slides. Every Monday morning, Dr. Averett and Mrs. Mott, Dr. Beneker hops on those as well. They meet with all of our campus principals really to kind of refocus for the week and to have principals report out on their progress on making classroom visits. This is kind of a unique process because we never tell the principals what their goals should be. So as a team, the elementary principals determine how many walkthroughs they're going to do in the course of a 9-week period of the semester. And then they set another goal for the second 9 weeks of the semester. So they get to determine what that goal is going to be. And Dr. Averett and Ms. Mott each week ask each principal what your commitment is for the coming week. How many classrooms are you going to get into and provide feedback to teachers? The most important part of that is it's not just a walkthrough. I'll tell you, teachers hate a walkthrough without feedback, but teachers love a walkthrough where a principal gives them feedback. And so as a result of that, and again, the principals setting their own goals, 1,606 elementary walkthroughs with feedback this year, 231 instructional sweeps, that's quick drive-by visits throughout the school, and 298 visits into PLCs. And so really, really proud of the work of our elementary principals. And similarly, Dr. Averett has done the same with his secondary folks, and they've conducted over 700 visits to classrooms and provided that feedback to our principals. So really, really powerful process and something I'm really proud that our leadership team has driven. So that concludes our report for this month.
Questions or comments for Dr. Hollingsworth? Okay. Next item will be our informational bond 2023 construction update. Mr. Mott.
Good evening, Board. Dr. Hollingsworth. I'm here to give you your update for the May 2023 bond construction. We're going to talk about Proposition A, which is Jimmy Ray Elementary first. It is still on time and on budget. We had a big, this last month, we were able to set the permanent transformer, which if anybody understands, that's a very big thing to go through and get your meter installed. So now we can start turning on ACs, those kind of things, to start getting flooring and things like that. So it's really a big milestone that sets, and we're on time on that. And that was a really big deal there. So with that being said, we did energize Area A, we energized their ACs, and Area B both on those this last month so far. We have not done C and D yet. The tiling is complete in A. The painting is starting in Area A, and the kitchen floor is just completed this last week. So we come in there and all the serving area and the cooking area, all the new flooring is in. If y'all were there for a visit earlier in the week, late last week, I think I had some of the, Ms. Timmerman was there. The floor wasn't in yet. It is fully in, covered, complete now. That's how things change. And also, when we're saying painting start in Area A, the cafeteria is totally painted, totally textured, everything's done in there, which wasn't done last week. So things change very quickly on where we're at in the stage right now. Area B is AC energized. The tiling is complete in that area. The millwork has been installed. The painting is completed in that area, and we're going to start flooring soon in that area now that we've got ACs energized. In Area C, which is the texturing is complete, first coat of paint is started, and the tiling is complete in that area. And then Area D, which is the last end of the building, this was added on from the original building when this building was built many years ago, about 20 years ago. We've added that on to make this a little bit bigger building. That is the last of our areas to complete. So you're starting to see the outside brick is just about complete. We've got about a 15 feet area or so we haven't completed there. The texturing starting, first coat of paint starting, and the tiling is going on in that area right now. So I'm going to show you some pictures of it. Here you go. There's your April 3rd and your May 2nd. You're not seeing a lot of difference in the building structure itself. The big thing you're starting to see is the grounds. You see the grounds look a lot smoother, a lot to it. So you're going to start seeing a lot of that changing. We've poured a couple of sidewalks this week up and around. You're seeing there on the right, it's all leveled out. You're going to see the islands start getting probably maybe by the end of May, if not the 1st of June, we're going to start probably laying sod, start put trees in, those kind of things. We're trying to get ahead of the landscape as much as we can in the areas out in the islands and those kind of areas that we're not going to be driving on a lot at the end of the job. And here's the area of the front of it. It's just another big overview of the front. The area on the left there, that's what was our holding yard, so it does look like a wreck there. It is getting cleaned up as we speak. They had till Friday to get everything they wanted out of it, and then the dumpsters are supposed to be coming in this week to start throwing away what was left that's really not needed for anything. Here's an area, the front area, that's the front entrance there. Those are the front doors going in. The actual 2 doors in the middle will not go in. They will not go in till right as after we start moving furniture in, because we don't want those doors hit and damaged. They'll have some wood temporary doors there that they'll be able to use and things like that. The area on the right there, you can see on this when I took this picture, they were actually prepping that to paint and texture. I was out there this morning. It is painted and textured, and they have started hanging the ceiling grid in that area to start closing in that top up there. And that is the front entrance area from the front to back. This is your cafeteria area, both pictures. That has now been textured, painted, all that, so it's totally complete in there. It doesn't look like that anymore either. Here's your gym on the left. You can see that they have painted the first coat on the lower end. The top coat is all finished, and they started painting the basketball goals and all that. They're trying to get everything they can in there done very quickly, so once we start to put the floor in there, nobody's allowed in there anymore at all. The area there on the right, that's your millwork going in and your teacher's workroom right there. Now this area here, this is a typical, one of the typical classrooms. This one happens to be up in the upper left. I believe that's the pre-K, one of the pre-K rooms. And then there on the right, it's one of the, I think it's reading interventionist rooms there. Any questions on Jimmy Ray?
What percentage would you say we're about completion? 60, 78, just ballpark?
I'd say we're probably, building-wise, we're about 70, 75% complete building-wise. Anything? Wyoming STEAM Academy, we're on time, on budget there. We did have the topping out this last week that most of y'all were at there. MEP, which is mechanical, electrical, plumbing, is going on in 4 of the 5 sections out there. Area A, we have completed the roof there. The interior framing is complete, and we're starting sheetrock as we speak. Area B, we're working on finishing the interior framing. We should be roofing that in about 2 weeks' time. We poured the storm shelter or the gym roof on Tuesday this last week, and then the interior block in the storm shelter has been completed in that area. We go into Area C. We finished the roofing there on Friday. The interior framing is going on that. Most of that is, I'd say, about 90% complete in that area. And then we go to Area D. We're starting the interior framing on both floors in that area. And then Area E, the last area, we just poured that second floor on last Wednesday, the day of the topping out. We poured the second floor for that. So it's, again, it's behind, but it's on schedule. It's where it's supposed to be. Here's you a few pictures there. You can see the month of April 3rd picture, and then you can see that May 2nd picture. They look drastically different because there's a lot of been going on in a few short time there. In that picture there on May 2nd, you can see there in the front, the area that's the white, that is the cafeteria and the kitchen area. That is the final roof there. And that area just behind it now, it is completed as well. And here's a straight overview shot of it. So the far right, it looks like a little grid there. That is now concrete. That was when we were getting it prepared to pour concrete on there. That's the actual rebar and so forth. That's at a 6-inch pattern of rebar. It's every 6 inches, there's a square of rebar there. Here's your interior picture looking out of the cafeteria out into a little open area across the front. It's going to have those colored glasses. It has like 4 or 5 of those there. You'll see some as we go on. There's actually some more put in since groundbreaking, or since topping out. A section there in the hallway has its glass in, and today they were starting to frame in the area of the library, starting to frame that glass and so forth in there. There you can see some windows that have been put in there, and that is actually in Area C. They've put those windows in. Here's what the top of the storm shelter looked like before Tuesday, and at the end of the day, Tuesday, it had 6 inches of concrete sitting there. So when it says storm shelter, it's a fortified area. You can see that concrete's not going anywhere anytime soon. And there was about 12 concrete trucks that poured that, I believe. That's how many we had up there, 120 yards or so. Here is the kitchen, the cafeteria and kitchen area in your far right corner. The area in the left is what it looked like, what the area C looked like right before we actually put the roofing on it. So both of those areas now are totally complete as we speak today. And then here is area E, the second floor. This is what it looked like right before we poured the concrete on Tuesday. And just so people kind of understand, it's not just sitting there. I mean, there's a lot involved into it. There's a lot of what they call Nelson studs. You can see down there that each one of those is singly welded on every single beam. It's not just, they just throw a bunch of mesh down and start to do it. There's a lot involved in that. Here's area D. It's what the second floor looks like as they're starting to run roof drains and things like that in area D. Here's looking out from the inside, looking out down the main corridor on the left. Straight across, you can see Waxahachie High School. So you can see that's a big open, going to have a lot of light in that area right there in the main corridor. The picture there on the right is the cafeteria, and that's the insulation and sheetrock is starting to show up there. Are there any questions for Wyoming Steam?
Same question. What percentage of completion?
Oh, that was a tough one. I'm going to say that one's, I mean, physically probably around 50%. Yeah, contract cost-wise is probably around the 40%, but physical work's probably about 50% done.
Stephen, does that concrete roof on the storm shelter, does it get TPO'd?
Yes, sir. It'll get glued down on it. Yes, sir. So it'll get a couple layers of insulation, and then it gets that, and it's all has to be glued down on that. Any other questions on that building? We'll go to Coleman, going to be Coleman Junior High, currently Hancock Building. We are on time. We are on budget. We are a little behind on the construction schedule due to rain, but there is time in this construction schedule. They already have time down that they can start crunching through some things and get us back onto that. The nice thing about that is that building's scheduled to be completed in March next year. So even if it was to run a little behind, it doesn't affect when we're trying to move into that in the summer. So we're still okay there if it was to run behind. But VOK has said that they still have time in their schedule to make up to get us back on time once we can finish getting rain. Rain is killing us right now because we're trying to do a lot of the grade beams and slabs in that one. But it won't affect us for the summer. Everything for the summer is already poured and up, and you'll see some pictures of that here in just a minute. So you can see area A, we've got the grade beams. The general grade beams were completed on Thursday. We have started, they've dug the grade beams for the storm shelter. That one will have a storm shelter, but it will not be like a gymnasium. It will actually be part of the classrooms and schools, not like at the elementaries where it's actually a gym. So it's going to be part of the actual structure of the school, but it will have a storm shelter in it. And then we're hoping to start pouring some of those possibly next week. It depends on what happens this week for rain on that. Area B, we've poured the slab that we're adding onto it, and the steel is going up, and it flew up pretty quick. Not a lot going on there, but it did fly up pretty quick. You'll see some pictures of that. Area C, which is the area over in front, just to the left of the front door. It's the band hall addition, fine arts in that area, band and all that area addition. We've just started digging and working on those grade beams there. This summer's going to be very busy on that one. We're totally redoing the whole cafeteria, tearing out some exterior walls and stuff like that. You'll see some pictures kind of. We'll talk about that. We're putting all new floors in the current hallways, renovation to the admin suite, renovation to the library, and that's a big renovation. We're taking out glass and walls in the front and totally opening it up. We're taking the office out and moving it to a different location. And then we're renovation to the back old ag building. That one will not be complete fully in the summer. Wasn't planned to be because we won't be using that next school year. It's be turning into the football multi-sport locker room back there in the back out there. So it never was planned to be ready by the school because it won't be needed for global next year. Here's you a little picture of what's going on here. One thing I want to point out in this picture is you're seeing a little bit of prop A, and I'm going to show you a little bit of prop C in this. You can see in the upper left-hand corner where we don't have TPO and all that building. You can see in the right, we have all of it but one little part in that one section. That one section will be completed by the end of the month, or end of the week, I'm sorry. So that section there doing all that TPO is part of prop C on that. There's another overview of how you can see things there. Here is the area that's being added on to the cafeteria. That's going to be mainly the stage and all that that's not there right now. So when I say we're tearing all that yellow brick and the glass you see in that picture, that's all going away. And that'll start going away the Saturday of, right after graduation. They'll actually start tearing that out that day. Any questions on that building?
Very small percentage. What is that going to be?
I was gonna say about 10% is what I was gonna say, yeah, in actual physical work. Finley and Howard, I'll tell you 0% on that one. I can already tell you that one. I'll just let you know that one. I'll pre-answer that one. So that one, we have been back and forth trying to get that into the budget that we needed to get it into. So we're now deciding to group those two together and bid them as one project, because it was a very small project and a small medium project. So now bidding them together, we get a larger medium project by bidding them together. You can share some trades and those kind of things. By doing that, it makes it maybe a little bit more enticing to all these companies. So we'll be sending the drawings to BTC on either the morning of the 24th or the evening of the 23rd. And so then they'll start sending it out for bid. They contacted me the other day. We're looking at, we don't know exactly if it'll be July or August board meeting to bring the GMP for those two projects. But they're working on that right now. But that's the plan for that. Any questions on those? Changing props, going to prop B, Waxahachie Creek High School. We're finalizing the design there. So we've had lots of meetings with the different departments and things like that. Things we've missed that we've gone back and had to find room for, move some things around, do some questions and all that. So it's really been good to get the design where we think we need it there. So that's where we're at on that. And then we've been meeting with all the government departments, the City of Waxahachie, TxDOT, NT, COG. TxDOT, NT, COG are going to be doing the spur 394 loop that's going to be across the front of the building. City of Waxahachie is redesigning or redoing part of the road next Old Italy Road and some of it coming up. So we're working with all of those. The city's bringing in water, sewer, and all that. We're talking about them, where they're bringing it in, so we can start working on it to get our connections through all of our drawings and designs into the right places. So it's a big meeting. We just started this. We were meeting once a week, or once a month, I'm sorry, with the city. Now we'll go start back to every 2 weeks. I went down there every Wednesday morning at 9 o'clock, and we start talking about all this with contractor, with VLK and those kind of things, civil engineers and all that, so we can get it all going. Any questions on Prop B? We're going to go to Prop C. Prop C is the facilities upgrades. This summer is going to be very busy because we have a short time to do a lot of things. These are the things we can't do when the kids are in. Ceiling tiles, fire alarm system upgrades, gyms, painting of hallways and schools and things like that. The rest of the AC replacements. There's a lot going on. We're sanding down 2 gyms totally to the wood and repainting them. Repairing some wood floors that have to be done in those gyms that we have to come in and patch because the wood's separating, gotten wet through roof leaks, things like that. So we're having that time because we had the facilities upgrades. Some of them were already in the budget. Some of them are savings from things. So we're repairing those to get them up to snuff with like we have every place else. So it's going to be a very busy time to start in the 28th of May and get finished by August 1st. So there'll be a lot going on all through the campuses. So I'm going to turn it over to Bob Myers with AGCM. Any questions?
Thank you, Board. Dr. Hollingsworth. This evening you have a copy of the April 24 report. That is divided. You'll see there's 3 tabs in there for the 3 projects that are currently in construction. Jimmy raised the first section. Let me point out a few things for you in this report. It's a very high-level summary. The first page is just information on the completion date, original contract amount. You'll see that little chart, project health indicator. On this project, we're all good on the budget, schedule, and quality that we're tracking on a monthly basis. Second page, you'll see the summary of work this is for the work that happened in April. And then we do a project schedule review. On this project, we're so critical to have this completed in pretty short order. So we are looking at the schedule on a daily basis. So you see the activities as they happened through April. And then that last item, number 2, is what we'll be focusing on primarily in the second, in next month, this month, in May. Next page, on the budget, the contract status, it shows the original amount, the 23 million and some change there is what the last pay app for April. And at that point, that's 65%. Stephen said 75. They're much closer to 75 today. They're moving that quickly on this project. So that number will be moving up. We haven't had no change orders. The owner contingency, you'll see the original balance, what's been expended, and the current balance on the contingencies that are associated with that project. Next item are some things that we're looking at right now. One item, the very first item, is a proposal request. We look at proposal requests as they come through to look at are they, what are the materials, what are the costs, and is there any impact to schedule? So that first one is the sidewalk adjacent to the park. We're doing some modifications to that area there. And then the construction quality is the last item. And there were no quality concerns noted during that period. And the things that were watched by testing lab in our office are those items listed there in the critical observations. Next page, you talk about pending issues, mention the sidewalk design. And we're working, on course, working on power supply to the building. And then a couple of general items. We're finalizing the landscape selection, and then the condition for the finishes, condition of the building as the finishes are going in. They'll be going in very quickly. Site observations, reports were prepared on those dates you see there. And then the last 2 pages are just sample photos from our reports through the month. We have daily reports if you at any time would like to see those reports, and a lot more photographs that have been captured of these projects during that time. So
I have a question, sir.
Yes, sir.
As you know, we've discussed before, I've been on a lot of projects that, yes, not working. I've never seen projects of this scope with no change orders. Either denied or some go through. We're right on budget. I know we started this. We were hoping that we would see some budget reduction. That was part of the selling point of this.
Right.
And I'm not trying to hold you over the barrel.
Yes, sir.
But I've been reading them and I've been watching them. And for example, I know when I walked the new STEAM elementary, we had carpet slated to glow in a high traffic area.
Yes, sir.
And to me, and some of those things like that, it just instantly was kind of a red flag to me, because I know what'll happen in 2 years if we have it there.
Right.
They're going to be in this room wanting new carpet.
Right. Yeah, we are looking at that.
I just
Yes, sir.
kind of,
Yeah.
just some thoughts.
Yeah. Well, back on the Jimmy Ray, back on page 3, a good thing to look at is the owner's contingency. And that, originally, the original balance was $2,222,827. We have changes that have come from those allowances in the magnitude 389,624. So that shows you the balance that's left within this contract for what items that we have. So, a change order would actually change the GMP amount.
Well, so BTC doesn't do them as a full change order. They do change orders if it's a schedule change or a massive over GMP. They'll do a change order. Everything else they're calling is PRs. So you're seeing PRs come through but it's not classified as a change order. If that answers your question. So like we would change, like a PR would come in and it would be a price reduction. Yes, or it could be an increase, either one. And so like for the carpet, to change the carpet to VLT, that would go in as a PR, not as a change order. So just so you, it's still the same thing. Yes, those things are changed. there's change orders being happened, but it's not, they don't use that terminology, a change order by BTC. Make sense, Ryan?
Yeah, no, it does. To your point, so with a construction manager at-risk contract, generally you're not going to get many change orders because that's the formal document that's going to the owner to actually increase the price of the project. So likely the only change order you're going to see is at the very end of the project. And what we've experienced in the past with BTC is that's actually a deduct change order. But yes, there are numerous instances throughout the project that we might be making some changes here and there. And as Mr. Meyer said, generally that starts with owner's contingency or contractor contingency and kind of works its way through the system that way. So very, very unlikely with a construction manager at risk delivery method that you're going to see a change order this part of the project. So you might see it at the end.
Does that answer your question, Flash? Yes. I understand.
So just a little bit on what Mr. Schofield said, and based on the numbers that we got on completion, I mean, when you guys were presented your proposal to us, and my colleague, Mr. Rogers, said, so basically you guys will be able to pay for yourselves. You might not be able to give me examples tonight, but in the future, I really would like to see some examples to where you guys have value engineered something, okay? I appreciate, the fact that we're on time and on budget, but,
Yes, sir.
that was how it was presented to myself, and I know Mr. Rogers specifically asked that. So if you can include that, that would be great.
Yeah, we can do that.
Okay.
For sure.
Anyone else? Thank you guys very much. All right, report C, informational report on WISD Balanced Scorecard Priority 4, Financial Integrity. Mr. Calden?
Thank you, sir. Good evening, board. Dr. Hollingsworth. Be with you for a little bit. Got a couple of different presentations for you tonight, but we're going to start with the Balanced Scorecard report. So talking about priority 4, which is financial integrity. Remind you of our 3 performance objectives. So it's ensure financial stewardship and transparency, develop and deploy a coherent facility management process to address student growth, and ensure effective and efficient operations with transparency. So within section 4.1, our key strategic actions to ensure financial stewardship and transparency are to create adopted budget to actual expenditure quarterly comparisons. We'll send those out to each of our campuses and departments, all of our budget officers. We also enhance clarity and transparency regarding the budget development process. We do that generally through the development of a budget calendar that was presented to the board back in January. We also update and deploy an annual budget development calendar, again, part of that clarity process with the transparency piece so that everybody knows the steps we're taking and when we're scheduled to take those. And then develop and deploy a 10-year expenditure projection plan. Give you an update on kind of where we are. So we've calculated and distributed the budget utilization report through March. That's the most recent month that we've done that process in. We do cut off our elementary campuses from purchasing at the end of April. So the utilization report will be relatively useless for them going forward. They're going to be at the point of utilizing their budget as they were at the end of April. That's not going to change for the remainder of the fiscal year. But we will continue doing that for our departments and our secondary campuses. We do continue to maintain and update our websites with relevant information so that we can maintain our debt and traditional finances transparency stars as part of the comptroller's program. So if you're ever wondering why we have certain things on our website, it's likely for those awards and to make sure that we are being very transparent with our community. Wanted to highlight our expenditure projection plan. It is one thing that as a department we're struggling a little bit with, and I take full ownership of that. It has not been priority 1A in my world, but I'm telling you right now that we are redoubling our efforts to make this more of a priority and continue to focus on that going forward. Want to kind of show you a little bit of what the expenditure projection plan is. This is a summary page of the expenditure projection plan. So what it does is goes functional area by functional area and tries to track predicted expenditures for the next 10 years. And so some of this is really hard for us to project out. We're not exactly sure within maintenance when, per se, an HVAC unit is going to fail that's going to require replacement. But we have a pretty good idea within a range, you know, the age of roofs, the number of work orders that we're making at certain areas, that gives us an idea of how much life is left in that asset and when we're going to need to look at replacement. But it goes from instructional areas, technology, maintenance and support services, child nutrition, transportation, athletics, and fine arts. And so it's some of the big departments and big users within our district. And so that summary sheet breaks down by those functional areas to smaller nuggets of concern. So within technology, we might be looking at instructional technology, professional devices, office devices, security, or infrastructure. So those are kind of subheadings within that technology group that we will go back through. And there's also another page that I did not copy for you because it would be micro print on the screen, but it further breaks down all the components that would make up instructional technology devices. It further breaks down professional devices and office devices and security and infrastructure. So we start at the very back with the detail, and then it rolls all forward into an overall sum total plan. So you see for this year, the expectation would have been about 6.1 million of expenditures for the expenditure projection plan. So this is our list that we're working on so that we can be very transparent with all of our departments. Generally, this is funded by campuses and departments underspending their allotted budgets, and so at the end of their budget years, we will collect unspent funds and we will start addressing our expenditure projection plan and starting to fund priority items off these identified lists. It is a living document, so we can go in and modify and update at any point. One of the big things within the maintenance section is there are a lot of items on here that are going to be funded with Proposition C dollars, and so you'll be seeing significant changes and fluctuations within that category as we continue to make those updates as those projects are completed. So kind of high-level, quick overview of what our expenditure projection plan is, but right now that's my biggest struggle within Section 4.1. Just because there has not been a ton of extra money within our budget to start addressing these, and then the rapid pace at which some of these things are changing makes upkeeping it a little bit of a challenge. Section 4.2, so our goal is to develop and deploy a coherent facility management process to address student growth, and our key strategic actions are to develop and sustain long-range facilities plan, develop and deploy a long-range or 10-year plan for facilities. So 4.2a and 4.2b sound almost repetitive, but our purpose, 4.2a, was to look at the facilities we already have in place. 4.2b is more focused on facilities that we would be adding through a bond or through growth in the district. And then 4.2c is develop and sustain a bond oversight committee. So currently, we are visiting each campus. Mr. Gomez is visiting each campus to inspect, and he will inspecting every system. Will be writing us a comprehensive report before his retirement so that we know exactly where we are on each of those campuses. Our quarterly demographics report has been updated to quarterly. So originally when we started this process, that we got it once a year. Now it's been updated quarterly. That'll be not the next, but it'll be the third presentation that you'll get here in just a little bit from me. And then the Bond Oversight Committee had another great quarterly meeting. We had a lot of feedback from our members. So it was really good to hear their insights and feedbacks on how things are going. We met on May 7th, and our next meeting, or that meeting, had a tour of Jimmy Ray Progress Construction. Next meeting will be Tuesday, August 6th. We do not anticipate a campus tour at this point, but in November we will probably go tour Wildman STEAM Academy, as it'll be further along, almost nearing completion. So that's kind of our process for that committee. Kind of wanted to update you on our 10-year facility plan at this point. Again, sorry, it's micro print. There's a lot of info. So one big shift that you'll see is that Frankie Lou Jett has been, it originally when this started was on the same timeline as Elementary 10 or Jimmy Ray, and it's now been shifted out a couple of years. That is primarily a function of the demographic estimates that we're getting in terms of student enrollment at elementary. So we're seeing a slowdown a little bit in our demographic projections, and so we are bumping out the construction of Frankie Lou Jett to meet that demand as well. Within Section 4.3, our goal is to ensure effective and efficient operations with transparency. We do this through developing key work processes, develop budget skills within all budget managers, and then support services going through their processes, maintaining accurate information on work orders so that we can timely address projects. So within 4.3, we did a internal customer satisfaction survey before the Thanksgiving break. We've analyzed those results, and one area that we can work on is improving our information delivery and our delivery of services to the internal users, mainly our campus leaders and our department leaders. So we are working on how we can better utilize our existing staff and how we can better disseminate that information to improve our customer satisfaction on that end. It was a good measure by any stretch of the imagination in the survey, but we still have higher aspirations, so we want to keep pushing ourselves. We are conducting financial trainings for non-business office staff. We've had good attendance at those trainings. And then support services presenting you every month with a summary report on work orders, and they utilize that information to make sure they have the appropriate parts on hand for the more common repairs. Any questions about the balanced scorecard report within financial integrity?
Questions, comments, Mr. Calden?
Just to let you know, the next report will be in August, and that'll be priority 1.1 and 1.3.
Okay. All right, report D will be informational report on the annual investment report and strategies. That's you again, Mr. Calden.
Board, included in your packet is the annualized investment report. This is a requirement of Texas Government Code Chapter 2256, the Public Funds Investment Act. We do present you with a monthly investment report. This is merely the combining of those monthly reports into an annual report, along with the presentation of our strategies and policies. That you'll see those listed as the CDA local policies right after the report. I will highlight that while yield is not a primary driver according to the Public Funds Investment Act, it is our fifth required after diversification, yield, suitability, marketability, and safety. When we get to yield, it's actually the fifth component by statutory law. But our average yield did exceed the 91-day T-bill average, which is our metric that we look at in terms of that safety and liquidity aspect. So we're right in the ballpark in terms of our investments of where we would like to be. And there are no suggested changes to our investment policy at the local level. This is first review, so you've got some time to look it over. We'll ask for your approval of the annual investment report at the June meeting.
Any questions for Mr. Calden? Okay. That was quick.
All right, board.
Item E will be the informational quarterly demographic. Are you doing that one as well?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
The last report I'm going to give you tonight is quarterly demographic update. Trent Smith was on to education, could not be here tonight, so I thought it'd be better to go ahead and get you this information as timely as we could and not drag it out. So I'll do my best Trent impersonation. This is just a look at our unemployment rate, not only in Ellis County, but also in our region. We continue to see historically low in unemployment rates that rival or beat that of the DFW market as a whole, Texas, and the U.S. economy. As you are well aware, we are in the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex area, which is the fastest growing market in the entire country. It has slowed down a little bit year over year, so we've seen about a 5% decrease in year over year annualized starts within the DFW region, but it is still number one by a pretty good margin over the Houston, Pasadena, Woodlands area. Some of the information that our demographers are looking at, generally they're looking at Waxahachie as an ISD. They're not looking at it at just the city level. So they can give us all kinds of information on our district as a whole. I thought it was interesting looking at the population range. If you look at the millennial generation and Generation Z, if you add them together, it makes up more than half of our district in terms of total population count. So that's people born from 1980 to Generation Z, which is, what, 2016? It's a really young population at that point. I would love to say I'm not in that group. I beat it by about 6 months, but I'm really close to it. So anyway, I thought that was really interesting as I was looking at this information on this report. The rest of it is stuff that you would generally expect. The median household income is $86,000. The median house value is $282,000. But the population breakdown and density being skewed so young was really interesting to me as I looked at it. Wanted to show you a little bit of our student capture rate. So if you look at the number of birth certificates issued within our region, which generally is going to come from Baylor, Scott and White, Waxahachie, but you look at those birth certificates and you start tracking those birth certificates through educational age. So when those students or when those children are reaching age 5 or higher, that they should be enrolled in school. This is tracking the percentage of students born in that period that are in Waxahachie ISD, our ability to capture those students into our district. And so you did see a dip during COVID, but if you follow the trend line from 2010 to 2013, we see an increase from 78% to almost 81%, which means that we are enrolling almost 81% of the students who should be public education age eligible in our district.
And I think it's really significant to point out that that is, we are capturing a higher percentage of our kids than we were in 2010. So that kind of flies in the face of some who are saying that we're losing kids. They're choosing everything else. Our kids in Waxahachie ISD are choosing, their families are choosing to send their children to us. And that's meted out by the data that we see right here.
So on this graph, you'll see a very trend analysis here of housing starts and closings. You see that generally they've been in line until you get to about 2020, and then you see a gigantic separation from housing starts and housing closings. And then right around the middle of 2022, you see it actually flip. You see it inverse, and the starts greatly slow down, and the closings actually start outnumbering the annual starts. This is for the entire DFW area, but it's not something that is just unique. It's also happening here. And we can see that by this next graph. You start seeing the annual home sales. We have really huge increases. You see a steady increase until you get to 2020, and then it's a rocket increase followed by 2021 with another significant year of closings, and then you start seeing the taper off. And we believe that this is generally due to rising interest rates, and so that's about the time that you start seeing those interest rates come up from 0, and now we're at about 7% on that mortgage rate. But also with those large number of closings, what you're also seeing is a complete eating up of the inventory, of the housing inventory that we had in town. And so there aren't as many houses to buy at this point. So the developers are going through and they're starting to create additional inventory within our area. But what we're going to be left with is a slower period for a little bit just because of the lack of inventory. Show you that chart from a couple of slides ago just for the Waxahachie ISD area. You see that our homes, our new homes and existing home prices are both increasing as we go through it. So there was a little bit of a dip in existing or in new home prices as you look in 2019, but for the most part, you're seeing significant increases in those new home prices and existing home price sales. Showing our starts and closings, you'll see that our annual starts have slowed significantly in 2022 and 2023. Again, generally a lack of inventory is driving those starts. You can't build the house if you don't have the foundation and the other infrastructure in place. We have also seen those annual closings come down from 2022 in 2023. They have slowed significantly. Again, a function of higher interest rates and also fewer houses that are being constructed brand new. I want to show you by zone. So this report is from the fourth quarter of 2023. It was delayed a significant bit because we wanted to make sure that we updated it for our rezoning that we approved in February. So it took some time to go back and recalculate some of this. But one constant trend that you see is that the highest, second highest, or third highest activity in almost any category was at Clift, Shackelford, or Wedgeworth, respectively. I'm specifically looking at that futures column. You see that Wedgeworth has a planned future development of almost 9,900 lots. So that will be an area of concern as we continue to build elementary schools and we look at rezoning. we'll definitely need to provide some more relief out there. Jimmy Ray's not far behind with 4,000 lots, and then, or planned future lots, and then Clift is right behind them at 2,800 future lots. So while a future lot is not guaranteed to turn into a residence or a structure, it's a really good idea because that's the platting process down with the city. So that's where we're generating a lot of this information. Kind of show you the housing map as it is. You see a little bit of activity in just about every single zone. The green is the current active. The yellow is a planned future, and then if it's outlined in red, there's currently some groundwork underway. So we have a lot of activity going on in just about every single elementary area within our district. So the growth, is not concentrated to just one zone. You're not seeing it in just the Wedgeworth zone or just the Jimmy Ray zone, but it is fairly scattered throughout the entirety of our district. I want to touch on a couple of residential areas. The Waterfall Ranch Estates, this is in the Dunaway zone. They're expecting $600,000 homes in this area. Homes should start this spring. Last lots were delivered in the fourth quarter of 2023, and there are about 180 total lots in that area. So you can see the infrastructure in place on that picture on the right, and that was as of February. So the roads are in place, the utilities, the infrastructure are in place. So a developer will get going on those lots in that area. Levante, this is 121 total lots. The plat was approved in September of 22. Groundwork is currently underway, and we anticipate some homes starting as early as next calendar year. So you can see in the picture on the right in February of 24, the broad outline of some of the infrastructure and some of the lots within that area, but it's not exactly at the point that we're able to get roads and other infrastructure utilities in to where we could start making vacant developed lots as a community, but that is an area that will be coming up in the Clift subdivision likely starting next year. Myrtle Creek, this is a big driver behind Jimmy Ray. This was a component of the Saddlebrook development and has been sold off to a different developer, so this is greatly increasing the rate at which Saddlebrook original development plans were going to be taking place. As you can see on the picture of February 2024, there is some general outline of some of the utility and infrastructure pieces over there, but we're talking about 1,200 acres, 2,500 future home sites. 8 acres are devoted to duplex units, 24 acres to additional multifamily housing units. Groundwork of the first phase is underway, and then the developer plans on building about 200 homes a year. While the developer plan of 200 homes a year is not really a driver for us, it will cause us to pay attention, and then when they start delivering those units, that's when we'll go in and we'll modify some of our plans. They can target 200 homes a year, but if they're only delivering 25 homes a year, it's a different story for that zone development. And they're expecting a price tag of about $400,000 for those houses. Multifamily housing, same general story as earlier with the development. You're seeing a lot of multifamily units either planned or under construction throughout the district. We do keep an eye on those. For the most part, those units that come in as market rate generally don't have a significant effect on our zones initially. As they age and that rent gets a little bit more affordable for the mass, then that's when we start seeing more and more students come from those multifamily units. So right now there's about 3,800 future multifamily units in the various stages of planning within our district. I want to show you the 10-year growth forecast by grade level. If you had seen the previous demographic reports, you would remember that that very last column, percentage growth, we were looking at really significant upper 5, 6.5-ish% growth annually going forward. That has been tapered down a little bit with the increase in the mortgage rates and also a lack of infrastructure ready to build on at this point. So this year we grew at about 2.3%. We expect something very similar for next year. Then we do anticipate that to pick up a little bit, about 4.5 to 5.5% growth just about every single year for the remainder of those 10 years to about 2033, 2034. Between us, not putting a lot of stock in numbers after 2029, 30, just because that's a really long way out to start trying to forecast those things. We really are looking more in that first 5 years range. But as we get closer, those numbers will get a little bit more refined, a little bit better. It just gives us an idea of where we're going as a district in the future. This is that same information broken down by campus against the functional capacity or maximum capacity of a campus. The ones that are highlighted are where we start really worrying about their capacity at that campus. And so we will keep a close eye on Simpson and a close eye on Waxahachie High School. We know that we have Waxahachie Creek in the development phases because we are concerned about that enrollment, that total enrollment at Waxahachie High going forward. At Simpson, we do anticipate the delivery of Wildman and its expanded capacity will give us a little bit more relief and capacity at our elementary campuses. We're specifically hoping we will get some of that relief at Simpson going forward. But when I go out to 2033, 2034, the ones of specific concern are Jimmy Ray because that campus can't hold 960 students. So we will have to continue to look at where elementaries go and some possible rezoning in the area. Shackelford with a plan of 942. That campus won't support that either. Clift won't support 900. And then, of course, Wedgeworth will not support 1,800 students, which is a little above the planned enrollment right now for 2033, 2034. So those are all areas that we will continue to look at as we look for a site for Frankie Lugette. The campus will likely impact at least 2 of these, if not more, so that we can try to get those to more reasonable future numbers so that we don't have to keep rezoning everybody every single year. And then a summary of it. Any questions about the demographic report? I will likely defer to Trent and see if I can't get him here at a future meeting so he can give you much more informed information as we go through this.
Questions, comments? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, board, our next item will be our consent agenda. We have a rather lengthy one, items A through T. Could take all of those in one motion if desired, or if there's one that want to be removed for discussion.
I move that we approve the consent agenda as listed.
Items A through T. Okay, a motion by Mr. Schofield for consent agenda items A through T. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mrs. Timmerman. Is there any other discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say nay. Motion carries 7-0. Moving on to our action, item A would be consideration with possible action, distinguished math teacher proposal. Mrs. Mott.
Good evening, Board and Dr. Hollingsworth. I'm here to present a proposal to establish a distinguished math teacher, several distinguished math teachers. During the last 2 years, we have implemented PLCs and high-quality instructional materials at all of our elementary schools. While we have seen improvement in our reading data, the math data at Clift and Wedgeworth is not showing the improvement we had hoped to see. We currently have a combined total of 8 teacher openings at Clift and Wedgeworth. I would like to fill 6 of these positions with a distinguished teacher, 1 at 3rd, 1 at 4th, and 1 at 5th at both Clift and Wedgeworth. Distinguished teachers will teach as a classroom teacher in addition to leading PLCs and providing coaching and support to math teachers on their grade level team. Distinguished teachers will also collaborate with TLI to further support math instruction. Distinguished teacher applicants will need to have 3+ years of classroom experience in a math STAR tested grade level. They will need to provide evidence of exceptional student STAR scores, high T-test appraisal scores, and a strong teacher attendance record. In order to attract the highest qualified teachers, the distinguished teacher positions will receive an annual $10,000 stipend. The stipend will be paid monthly from Title II funds. Continued designation as a distinguished teacher is dependent on student STAR scores, T-test appraisal, and teacher attendance. I expect the impact at Clift and Wedgeworth will be an improvement of math star scores, which will lead to a higher state accountability rating and stronger math instructional capacity for all math teachers. Can I answer any questions about my proposal?
Okay, first, what are we basing on the need on? Is it on the MAP score or on previous STAR scores? What are we basing this need on?
That's a very good question. So we didn't get the official accountability ratings last year. We haven't gotten those yet for 2023, but we did have the achievement numbers for those scores. They just weren't official, but we did have the achievement, not the growth. And we've been monitoring those scores on our MAP scores this year and our interim. And math is just significantly lagging behind. The reading did show an increase this year on the data points that we have from the 2023 unofficial results, but the math is showing a decrease from where we were on those unofficial results. And I'm just very concerned about the math scores.
Is this something that we'll be looking at for English if we don't see the results on the STAR?
Yes, ma'am. This is completely data-driven. If in the future we see that our reading scores are not where we would like them to be, right now, the data points that we have for this year, the reading is rebounding, and it does look good at Clift and Wedgeworth. A lot of improvement across the board. At meets and masters, especially, we saw big gains. But the math is just really lagging behind. But yes, Ms. Kriegel, absolutely. There are districts that establish these positions for math and reading both, if that's what the data shows that we need to do.
Ms. Mott, I really like this.
Thank you.
I'd also like to say that I feel like with the addition of Eureka, that we're going to see great gains on all of our campuses. So I'm thrilled about that too.
Absolutely, and if I could find applicants that have that Eureka experience for these distinguished positions, that would be even better. That would be super bonus, yes.
Okay, and so we have one per grade level. How many teachers do we have per grade level at Clift? And
4 to 5 on each grade level. I don't have those exact numbers in front of me, Ms. Kriegel, but about, I think it's 4 for third, fourth, and fifth grade at Clift, correct, Ms. Malone? Wedgeworth is a little bit different. They have 4 to 6 because they have dual language classrooms as well. So it's about 4 gen ed classrooms at Wedgeworth at each of those grade levels.
at each grade level. So we're talking about one will be assisting 3 others. Is that what you're saying?
Typically on 3rd, 4th, and 5th, they team. So if there's 4 teachers, 2 of them teach the reading piece and 2 of them teach the math piece. That's how most of our teams are comprised. So it would be one of our 2 math teachers, 3rd grade at Clift would be a distinguished teacher.
Okay.
So I'm hoping to provide on-the-spot, embedded professional learning through our PLCs with that distinguished teacher every day. And so I think it'll be really effective in raising our capacity for instruction on those campuses.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Krieger.
Any other questions? Okay, at this time, I'll entertain a motion to approve action item A as presented.
So moved.
Motion by Mrs. Timmerman, second by Mr. Schofield. Any other discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Motion carries 7-0.
Thank
All right,
you.
last action, item B, with consideration for possible action to approve the purchase of science materials for grades K through 12 and CTE course materials as part of Proclamation 2024.
Board, I don't know anything about instruction, but I do know that as the head of the EMAC committee, you get volunteered for some of these gigs. So I brought with me much smarter people. I've got Megan Whitford and Danielle Bays here. They will step in at a moment's notice to answer all the super technical questions that you may have as we go through this. So we are here to talk about the science instructional and CTE instructional materials adoption. This is a proclamation year from TEA. It's not for every CTE subject, but it is a large number of them, and it is science K-12. So for the science adoption specifically, each campus principal had the ability to select representatives from their campus, grades K through 8. And so each of those representatives got within their band levels to talk about the various materials. At the high school level, it was representatives from the actual courses that are taught. So it was not just one from freshman level and one from senior level. It would have been within each of the courses. We also had committee representation from dual language, special education, GT, and advanced academics, and then parents were also involved in the process through our informational meeting back in January. So Ms. Whitford and Melissa Abity were here last month to walk you through that process. So tonight we're just talking about the items for adoption. So the vote of 81.1% of teachers from kindergarten through 5th grade was for the HMH product, the Houghton Mifflin Harcourt product of science, and that total is $933,718.81, and that's for a 6-year adoption period. For grades 6 through 8, the product from McGraw-Hill is $277,224.61, also for a 6-year adoption, and that carried the support of 83.3% of the teachers that voted in that grade level band. Receiving 100% of the support was the recommendation for the integrated physics and chemistry materials from McGraw-Hill at a 6-year cost of $43,162.16. Let me rephrase that. It is an adoption of 6 years, one-time upfront cost of $43,162.16. It's not an annual cost. These materials are bought up front. Receiving 100% of the support from the teachers who participated in this and voted are the materials for aquatic science and earth science systems, both from Cengage Learning at a total of $55,848.93. Receiving 100% of the support from teachers are the astronomy materials from eDynamic Holding LP at a cost of $8,400. 100% of those who participated in biology, 89% in chemistry, and 89% in physics all supported the Savas product at $219,926 for those respective subjects. If you are not keeping up at home, the total scorecard is $1,538,280.51 in the science K through 12 adoption. This would come from state instructional materials allotment money that we get every biennium. There are enough funds to cover this and the proposed CTE materials that we'll talk about in just a second. Actually, we'll talk about now. Let me invite up Danielle Bays, and she will walk you through the CTE adoption process.
All right. Good evening, board members, Dr. Hollingsworth, administrators, and guests. I'm Danielle Bays, one of the district's CTE coordinators, and I'm honored to present our textbook adoption process for career and technical education programs. Over the past several months, we have worked diligently to select material that enhances our students' educational experience and prepares them for the world of work. The 2024 adoption for CTE includes several programs. You can see up on the screen, we have health science, STEM, education, criminal justice, and technology applications. Real quickly, I'll walk you through our timeline. In November of 2023, the Assistant Superintendent for Learning initiated a board presentation that outlined the importance of updating our CTE and science textbooks to align with evolving instructional standards and best practices. Then from February to April, we conducted comprehensive meetings with textbook vendors to explore the availability of their material and assess their suitability for our CTE courses. From March to April, our teachers reviewed the material, ensuring alignment with state standards and relevance to student learning outcomes. Their feedback was instrumental in our selections for this presentation. In April, we also opened the review process to the public, offering online access and in-person opportunities for feedback. At the end of April, we submitted our request materials for the evaluation of EMAT committee, and after a thorough review, these materials were approved and we were encouraged to proceed with this presentation for your approval. That's it.
Questions?
Oh, hold on. That was just the process.
Well, I'm talking about for her. I'm not calling for a motion yet.
Sorry, my apologies.
Okay, I'm sorry. I had a question for Mr. Calden. So the science materials, they're going to come out of our allotment for books. Is that our HQIM allotment, or is
So
that a
this is
separate
our-
allotment?
So this is our base instructional materials allotment for the biennium from
Okay.
the legislature.
Okay.
It's not adjusted for any HQIM materials or additional resources that we may get as a result of adopting HQIM materials. That number is not currently calculated in our IMA account. I don't know exactly when that money will be added to our IMA account.
Okay. So are these materials HQIM?
It's my understanding that to get on that proclamation list that they had to meet those standards, but I don't know that information for you.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Dr. Binnicker, please do. Yep.
I was going to ask Ms. Whitford to expand on that.
The state is still going through the process of creating the rubric for science for HQIM for the additional funding. So it is currently HQIM as it is deemed right now through the state.
Okay, thank you.
So as it relates specifically to the CTE materials, the request or the recommendations are for CompuScholar for STEM, $9,520. Learning.com, $46,800. That would serve technology applications at the junior high level. Cengage Learning, $51,629.40 for forensic science, anatomy and physiology, and health science. Goodhart Wilcox, $18,547.50 for the medical terminology course. These are all for 4-year adoptions. eDynamics Learning, $9,000 for the human growth and development course, and Assessment Technologies NHA, $112,600 for the pharmacology classes. And that total for CTE materials would be $245,096.90. And this also would be coming from our instructional materials allotment in whole.
Questions?
So the cost of the CTE, so I know the science portion, that 1.5 was for 6 years?
Yes, sir.
And what about for the CTE?
All these materials are adopted for a period of 4 years.
Okay.
So we had the ability to go up to 8, but with the changes in the various standards and materials, we thought we'd play it a little bit safer with 4, get to know the materials, and make a better evaluation of it and not necessarily have it for 8 years. So these are all 4-year adoptions.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Anyone else? Okay, at this time, I want to entertain a motion to approve action item B as presented.
So moved.
Motion by Mrs. Timmerman,
Second.
second by Mrs. Kriegel. Any other discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay. Motion carries 7-0. Thank you very much. All right, moving to our comments from individual board members' part. For you new guys, this is the time you have a somewhat of an open mic if you want to make any comments or whatnot. We don't go in any particular order, so if anyone wants to go first, you're more than welcome to.
I'll start. At this time of year, it's hard to choose who to say thank you to. There's just so many things, but I have a few. First, our Education Foundation board. I can't say enough good things about them. All their hard work, dedication, creativity really paid off the other night. I think Jenny told me that we grossed $220,000, right? $220,000. And it was so neat to sit there and watch $100,000 go back to our students for scholarships and our teachers for grants and all the neat things our teachers are going to be able to do. If you went there and saw the sign of all the community businesses that sponsored or gave something for the auction, it was just awesome. Our community really came together, and that's what Waxahachie is. They come together for our students all the time. So I really want to say thank you to all of them. I also want to thank all of our employees for just a great year, but especially all of our teachers that are retiring, because we have a lot. So thank you to them for their many years of dedicated service to WISD.
Anyone else? Chris?
Okay, and I just wanted to thank John Rogers and Melissa Starnader for their devoted service to WISD. I know both of them are still going to be involved, but we really appreciate their time and everything. I mean, they were totally devoted to being a school board member, and it is appreciated. I wanted to wish all of our employees, every single one of you, I hope that you take some time off this summer and relax. Please take some time for yourself and have a very safe summer and come back to us energized and ready to go in August.
Anyone else? Mr. Schofield? Mr. McCutcheon? Mr. Pitts? Mr. Cooper? Okay. All right. At this time, I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
Mr. Chair, I'll make a motion to adjourn.
Okay. Motion by Mr. Cooper.
I'll second that motion.
Motion by Mr. Pitts. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Motion carries 7-0. Thank you very much.